Diyos ug makagagahom nga Amahan, salamat sa mga grasya nga among nadawat, labi na sa gasa sa kinabuhi. Hinaot unta nga kami hatagan sa gasa sa pagsabot ug mahayagan ang among hunahuna ug among gilauman, ikaw magahatag kanamo sa proteksyon. Sa mga magtutudlo, magapadayon ang ilang kinasing-kasing nga pag-alagad. Una kami sa kalipay, aron mulambo ang tinuod na gugma ug kaluoy sa matag adlaw. Ining tanan among gilauman, sa ngalan ni Jesus, Amen. Bayang magiliw, perlas sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayo minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw nang luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Department of Education, Division of TANGKUB City, in partnership with the local government unit of TANGKUB, presents ang TANGKUB, transforming advancement in the new normal, guiding K-12 learners under broadcast media, a TV-based instructional program crafted in response to the need of making education possible and accessible to students at the comfort of their homes. It covers the most essential competencies thematically layered in drama plays, which were originally written, directed, and performed by teachers to see to it that education is securely provided. This is ang TANGKUB.
It's TANGKUB, TANGKUB, TANGKUB time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tugtog na.
Ang DepEd TANGKUB City Division naghatod kaninyo sa TV-based instruction reading program para sa mga kabataan sa Key Stage 1 o mga kabataan sa Kinder, Grades 1, 2, and 3. Kini usa ka pamaagi sa pagkat-on sa pagbasa sa atong mga kabataan pinaagi sa tulunghaan sa telebisyon. Kumusta mga bata? Sa dili pa nato sugdan ng atong pagtulunan, ato usa nga balikan ang mga letra nga ato nang nakatunan. Ato nang nasayran ang letrang A nga adunay tingog nga A. Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang A.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Sama sa ampalaya. Abukado, atis, apa. Sama sa alindana. Ahos, asin, ug adlaw. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A.
Usban ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa letrang A. Usban na pud ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa tingog sa letrang A. Maayo mga bata! Ato usab nga nasayran ang letrang K nga adunay tingog nga K. Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang K.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang K. Basahon ta siya. Magbasa na kita sa kamayng letrang K. Basahon ta siya. Sama sa kalabasa, kalamansi, kasoy ug kamyas. Sama sa kamiseta, kwento, kanta ug kwenta. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang K. Basahon ta siya. Basahon ta siya.
Usban ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa letrang K. Usban na pud ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa tingog sa letrang K. Maayo mga bata! Nasayran usab nato ang letrang O nga adunay tingog nga O. Karon mga bata, paminawon nato ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang O.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang O. Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. pasahunta siya. Oh, 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 pasahunta siya. Oh, 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 oh!
Usban ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa letrang O. Usban na pud ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa tingog sa letrang O. Maayo mga bata! Ato nang sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Inyo nang nasayran ang tingog sa letrang A nga mao ang A, letrang K nga mao ang K, ug letrang O nga mao ang O. Karon mga bata, andama ug paklia ang inyong self-learning materials, page 4. Diha, inyong makita ang letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. Karon mga bata, tan-awa ang akong baba ug paminawa kung unsaon paglitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. A, K, O, ako. Paminawa ninyo og usab mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Karon mga bata, magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Atong ilitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. A, K, O, ako. Atong usbon mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Balikon na pod nato og basa mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Ato na pong usbon mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Karon mga bata, kamo na pod ang magbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Usban ninyo pagbasa mga bata. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Nabuhat na ba ninyo mga bata? Maayo! Balikon na pod nato og basa mga bata. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Usban ninyo pagbasa mga bata. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Karon mga bata, basaha ang mga letra nga inyong makita sa inyong activity sheets, page 4. Hangtod sa sunod nga takna mga bata, daghang salamat, enjoy!
Nagbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Pasahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Nagbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A.
sa dakong letrang O. Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. Basa na kita sa gamay letrang O. Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. O sama sa opisina. Oras, oras, og okasyon. O sama sa ok tagon. Utap, okra, ok uhong. Uhong! Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang O. Letrang O! Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. Basahon ta siya. O, 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 O!
Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Addition o multiplication, subtraction o ang division. Problema dali ra sulbaron, kay ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon.
Hello mga bata! Kumusta kayo sa araw na ito? Handa na ba kayo sa ating panibagong leksyon? Sa araw na ito, sisimulan natin ang ating panibagong leksyon sa Filipino. Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga salita na nagsisimula sa titik K. Ang titik K na may tunog na Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga larawan na nagsisimula sa titik K. Ang titik K na may tunog na Basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng kuting, kamatis, kambing, kahoy, karne, candy, corona, kuneho. Mga bata, basahin ninyo ang mga salitang makikita sa screen. Simulan na ninyo mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kuting, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kamatis, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kambing, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kahoy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na karne, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na candy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na corona, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na koneho, magaling mga bata. Ngayon mga bata, basahin naman natin ang mga parirala na may mga salitang nagsisimula sa titik K na may tunog na. Basahin na natin ang mga parirala na makikita sa screen. Halimbawa, ang kuting. Magsimula na tayo mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kuting, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang karne, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang candy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang koneho, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kamatis, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kahoy, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang korona, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kambing, magaling mga bata. Ngayon mga bata, basahin ninyo ang mga parirala na inyong makikita sa screen. Simulan na ninyo mga bata. Ngayon, Babasahin ko ulit isa-isa ang mga parirala. Alamin ninyo kung wasto ang inyong pagbasa sa mga parirala. Kung binasa ninyo ang parirala na ang kuting at ang korona, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kahoy at ang candy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kamatis at ang karne, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kambing at ang kuneho, tama mga bata. Mga bata, basahin na natin ang mga pangungusap na makikita sa screen. Simulan na natin mga bata. Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang kuting ay naglalaro, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na may korona ang reyna, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang candy ay matamis, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na malaki ang puno ng kahoy, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na candy at kamatis ang dala ni Ama, magaling! Ngayon mga bata, basahin ninyo ang tulang pinamagatang si Kuting. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ang tula at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa tula. Si Kuting. Si Kuting, ang alaga kong pusa. Maganda, malusog, at maamo pa. Makulit at mausisa siya. Mga daga, hinahabol niya. Kahit lumabas, bumalik siya ng kusa. Mga bata, para sa inyong unang gawain, tingnan ang ibabang bahagi ng inyong tulang binasa. Basahin at sagutin ang mga tanong na inyong makikita. Isulat ang inyong sagot sa isang buong papel. Mga bata, para sa inyong ikalawang gawain, buksan ang ika-25 na pahina ng inyong Module K. At para sa inyong takdang aralin, mga bata, isulat ang titik K sa kursibong pagsulat nito. Hanggang sa muli mga bata, sana'y may natutunan kayo sa araw na ito. Paalam! Enjoy!
Daghang salamat sa inyong makanunayong pagsunod sa atong reading program ning atong tulunghaan sa telebisyon o TV-based instruction. Hangtod sa samang takna og istasyon, daghang salamat!
Hello mga bata! Maayong buntag! Welcome sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Dinhi gihapon kita magklase sa tungtungan sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Wala gihapon kita face-to-face na klase. Tungod kay gusto natong alikayan ang coronavirus. Ako ang iyong teacher sa kindergarten. Ako si Teacher Mary Grace. Karong adlaw, atong katunan ang angay pagasundon sa mga bata sulod sa eskwelahan. Atong tan-awon ang video.
O kapal sa awit ng Pilipinas.
Mga bata, atong nakita ang learners naglinya og tarong, nagbutang sa ilang tuong kamot sa dughan, mitanaw sa flag o miawit sa lupang hinirang. Kinahanglan gyud mga bata nga moapil ta sa flag ceremony. Atong tan-awon ang ikaduhang video. Tan-awa kung unsa ang gibuhat sa mga bata. Mga bata, atong nakita nga ang mga learners naglabay sa ilang mga basura sa basurahan. Ang panit sa saging ilang gibutang sa sudlanan para sa mga butang nga malata. Ang panit sa biskwit ilang gibutang sa sudlanan nga para sa dili malata. Atong hinumduman mga bata na kinahanglan ato nato ibutang sa saktong sudlanan ang atong mga basura. Karon, ato na putan-awon ang lain pang video. Mga bata, atong nakita nga ang mga bata nagsulti o good morning sa mga magtutudlo nga ilang nasugatan. Naapoy bata nga nagsulti o good afternoon sa ilang principal. Naasay bata nga nagsulti og bye-bye sa iyang mga classmate. Karong adlaw, atong nakatunan ang
Kung ako nasa eskwelahan, moapil ko sa flag ceremony. Kung ako naa sa eskwelahan, akong ilabay ang mga sagbot sa sakto butanganan dato sa basurahan. Kung ako nasa eskwelahan, magmatinahuron ako sa mga magtutudlo. Ingon ko o good morning o maayong buntag sa mga teachers. Kung buntag, good afternoon o maayong hapon. Kung hapon o goodbye kung mauli na ko.
karon mga bata. Ikaw na pod ang mubuhat sa angay buhaton sa eskwelahan. Magsugod na ang flag ceremony. Unsa imong buhaton? Isulti kini sa imong mama, papa, ate, ug kuya. Sakto! Kung naa kay nakita nga sagbot, unsay imong buhaton? Isulti kini sa imong mama, papa, ate, ug kuya. Maayo! Alang sa dugang buluhaton, isulat ang check kung ang hulagway nagpakita sa angay buhaton sa eskwelahan. O ikis kung wala nagpakita sa hustong buhaton sulod sa eskwelahan. Og dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Maayong pagpaminaw mga bata. Daghang salamat. Bye-bye.
Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao ang kailangan ng mundo upang matutong kikipagkapwa-tao, mabuti ang loob at maginoo. Mag-aral na tayo ng ESP, ESP, ESP. Mag-aral na tayo ng ESP,
Hello mga bata! Maayong buntag! Welcome sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Dinhi gihapon kita magklase sa tungtungan sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Wala gihapon kita face-to-face nga klase. Tungod kay gusto natong alikayan ang coronavirus. Ako ang iyong teacher sa kindergarten. Ako si Teacher Mary Grace. Karong adlaw, atong katunan ang angay pagasundon sa mga bata sulod sa eskwelahan. Atong tan-awon ang video.
Ang pabasang awit ng Pilipinas.
Mga bata, atong nakita ang learners naglinya og tarong, nagbutang sa ilang tuong kamot sa dughan, mitanaw sa flag ug miawit sa lupang hinirang. Kinahanglan gyud mga bata nga moapil ta sa flag ceremony. Atong tan-awon ang ikaduhang video. Tan-awa kung unsa ang gibuhat sa mga bata. Mga bata, atong nakita nga ang mga learners naglabay sa ilang mga basura sa basurahan. Ang panit sa saging ilang gibutang sa sudlanan para sa mga butang nga malata. Ang panit sa biskwit ilang gibutang sa sudlanan nga para sa dili malata. Atong hinumduman mga bata na kinahanglan kinahanglan ato nato ibutang sa saktong sudlanan ang atong mga basura. Karon, ato na putan-awon ang lain pang video. Mga bata, atong nakita nga ang mga bata nagsulti o good morning sa mga magtutudlo nga ilang nasugatan. Naapoy bata nga nagsulti o good afternoon sa ilang principal. Naasay bata nga nagsulti og bye-bye sa iyang mga classmate. Karong adlaw, atong nakatunan ang
Kung ako nasa eskwelahan, moapil ko sa flag ceremony. Kung ako naa sa eskwelahan, akong ilabay ang mga sagbot sa sakto butanganan dato sa basurahan. Kung ako nasa eskwelahan, magmatinahuron ako sa mga magtutudlo. Ingon ko o good morning o maayong buntag sa mga teachers. Kung buntag, good afternoon o maayong hapon. Kung hapon o goodbye kung uli na ko.
karon mga bata. Ikaw na pod ang mubuhat sa angay buhaton sa eskwelahan. Magsugod na ang flag ceremony. Unsa imong buhaton? Isulti kini sa imong mama, papa, ate, ug kuya. Sakto! Kung naa kay nakita nga sagbot, unsay imong buhaton? Isulti kini sa imong mama, papa, ate, ug kuya. Maayo! Alang sa dugang buluhaton, isulat ang check kung ang hulagway nagpakita sa angay buhaton sa eskwelahan. O ikis kung wala nagpakita sa hustong buhaton sulod sa eskwelahan. Og dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Maayong pagpaminaw mga bata. Daghang salamat. Bye-bye.
Sa Pilipino, natuto tayo mabigas magsalita sa sariling wika. Tula at kwento sa sariling bansa, tayo na mag-aral na tayo. ABC
Darkness breeds, fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project Star Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training and academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Brigada Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country, where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access, and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga New Normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka-the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is on the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
This is the way we speak. This is the way we read. This is the way we write. This is the English way. This is the way we speak. This is the way we read. This is the way we write. This is the English way. Come and learn to speak and write of the language of the world. Learn to understand the language of the world. This is the way we speak. This is the way we read. This is the way we write. This is the English way. This is the way we write. This is the English way.
Maayong adlaw mga bata! Kumusta man mo? Maayo? Karon, aduna na sab kitay bagong pagatunan. Ready na ba kamo? Very good! So karon, atong pagatunan ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Sakto! Excited na ba kamo? Sige, magsugod na kita. Mga bata, mao kini ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Una, pangitaon ang unang botones, magsugod jud ikaw sa ibabaw or itaas. Sunod, gunitan ang botones. Tulo,
Ablihan ang buho ug itulod pagawas ang botones. Ikaupat, buhaton kini hangtod mahuman so ibalik-balik lang nimo. Mga bata, atong tan-awon pag-usab ang mga pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Mga bata, mao kini ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Una, pangitaon ang unang botones, magsugod jud ikaw sa ibabaw or itaas. Sunod, gunitan ang botones. Tulo, ablihan ang buho ug itulod pagawas ang botones. Ikaupat, buhaton kini hangtod mahuman so ibalik-balik lang nimo. Mga bata, karon atong tan-awon ang usa ka buotang bata nga nagtangtang sa iyang botones. Mga bata, aduna ako'y buluhaton na di Adam, alam ka ninyo. Ang inyong buhaton, kahunan, ang saktong hulagway, nag-iistorya ni teacher. Asaan nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga pangitaon ang unang botones. Ang una o ikaduha? Sakto! Ang unang hulagway. Very good! Kini, asaan nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga gunitan ang botones? Asa man ana ang nagpakita nga gunitan sa ang botones? Dili sa siya isulod, pero gunitan lang sa. Ang una o ang ikaduha? Sakto! Ang ikaduha nga hulagway. Maayo! Number 3. Asaan nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga ablihan ang buho ug itaod pagawas ang botones? Asa man ana? Ang una o ang ikaduha? Sakto! Ang unang hulagway. Maayo! Number 4. Asaan na ang mga hulagway nga nagpakita nga buhaton kini hangtod mahuman? Sakto! Ang ikaduha nga pundok nga mga hulagway. Awesome!
So karong adlaw inyong nakatunan ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og mga botones. Daghang salamat mga bata ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sulod sa malipayong pagkat-on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Goodbye!
Mapina, mag-aral na sa ating kultura, mga sariling mapina.
Maayong adlaw mga bata! Kumusta man mo? Maayo? Karon, aduna na sab kita'y bagong pagatunan. Ready na ba kamo? Very good! So karon, atong pagatunan ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Sakto! Excited na ba kamo? Sige, magsugod na kita. Mga bata, mao kini ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Una, pangitaon ang unang botones, magsugod jud ikaw sa ibabaw or itaas. Sunod, gunitan ang botones. Tulo, ablihan ang buho ug itulod pagawas ang botones. Ikaupat, buhaton kini hangtod mahuman, so ibalik-balik lang nimo. Mga bata, atong tan-awon pag-usab ang mga pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Mga bata, mao kini ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og botones. Una, pangitaon ang unang botones, magsugod jud ikaw sa ibabaw or itaas. Sunod, gunitan ang botones. Tulo, ablihan ang buho ug itulod pagawas ang botones. Ikaupat, buhaton kini hangtod mahuman, so ibalik-balik lang nimo. Mga bata, karon atong tan-awon ang usa ka buotang bata nga nagtangtang sa iyang botones. Mga bata, aduna ako'y buluhat na nadiandam, alam kaninyo ang inyong buhaton, kahunan, ang saktong hulagway, nag-iistorya ni teacher. Asaan nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga pangitaon ang unang botones, ang una o ikaduha? Sakto! Ang unang hulagway. Very good! Kini, asaan nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga gunitan ang botones? Asa man ana ang nagpakita nga gunitan sa ang botones? Dili sa siya isulod, pero gunitan lang sa ang una o lang ikaduha? Sakto! Ang ikaduha nga hulagway. Maayo! Number 3. Asaan nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga ablihan ang buho ug itaod pagawas ang botones? Asa man ana? Ang una o ang ikaduha? Sakto! Ang unang hulagway. Maayo! Number 4. Asaan na ang mga hulagway nga nagpakita nga buhaton kini
Hangtod, mahuman. Sakto, ang ikaduha nga pundok nga mga hulagway. Awesome!
So karong adlaw inyong nakatunan ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtangtang og mga botones. Daghang salamat mga bata ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkat-on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye, bye-bye, goodbye! Goodbye!
Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayo. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayo. Addition o multiplication, subtraction o ang division. Problema dali ra sulbaron, kay ang mati ay sayo. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayo. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayo. Ang mati ay sayo. Ang mati ay sayo.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Tanggap City, simply home. Tanggap City, simply home. This is our place, Tanggap City. There is so much you can see. A paradise from nature's best. It's a beauty among the rest. Rich in culture and history, it has a colorful festivity. One people in harmony, one people in great revelry. Tanggap City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A bright future of our city is at hand. Tanggap City, simply home. 25 years of cultural fame, endless beauty in silver years. Magical symbols every Christmas, people dancing all festivals. Golden years of prosperity, we are proud of this great city. One people, one destiny. Tanggap City is a place to be. Tanggap City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. revolution, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Brighter future, Tangkub City. Simply home, Tangkub City. Simply home, Tangkub City.
Sa Pilipino, natuto tayo mabigkas magsalita sa sariling wika. Tula at kwento sa sariling bansa. Tayo na, mag-aral na tayo. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, ang O, P, R, S, T, Q, U, V, W, X, Y, at Z. Ha, 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 hi, 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 Sa Pilipino, matuto tayo mabigkas magsalita sa sariling wika. Tula at kwento sa sariling bansa. Tayo na, mag-aral na tayo. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, yan ang O, P, R, S, T, Q, U, V, W, X, Y, at Z. Ha, 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 hi, 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 Ha, 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 hi, 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 Ha, 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 hi, hi, hi,
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik Sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina!
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Welcome po sa Handurawan ng TANGKUB City. Oh kids, you explore first! Handuraw, which means to remember. So, pag sinabi nating Handurawan, simplihan ko lang ha, kasi bata ka pa. Ito yung alaala o remembrance. So, dito, makikita ninyo ang mga remembrance, kumbaga, ng ating mga nilino sa TANGKUB City, na kung saan, mas lalo pa nating maiintindihan ang pinagmula ng ating lungsod at ng ating mga kaanak.
I see. Thank you po, Miss Rhea.
You're welcome, my dear.
Hey, Julia, come here. Okay. Excuse me po. Look, oh. Wow, ano kaya to, Chelsea?
Iyan. Yan ang tinatawag na ang tangkub o rice bucket. Yan ang ginagamit ng ating mga ninuno noon rito para lalagyan ng bigas.
Tangkub? Sounds like tanggub. Yes, Chelsea, anak. Actually, ayon sa kasaysayan ng pangalan ng tanggub, galing na yan sa salitang tangkub, which means rice bucket.
Excuse me po muna. Pupunta muna ako ng APR.
Okay po.
Tama ang sinabi ng mami niyo, mga anak. Alam niyo ba, mga anak? Noong unang panahon, sabi ng lolo ko, dito daw sa ating lugar, may mag-asawang mga Subano. Nagkasalubong sila ng mga Espanyol na sundalo. Tinanong pa nga nila kung ano yung pangalan ng lugar. Dahil hindi naunawaan ng asawang Subano ang lingwahe ng sundalong Espanyol, kaya ipinagpalagay na lang nila na tungkol ito sa lalagyan ng bigas na nasa gilid ang lalagyan ang tinatanong nila. Kaya ang sagot ng mag-asawa ay tangkub. Kaya mula noon, tangkub na ang tawag sa lugar natin. Hanggang sa kalaunan, naging tanggub.
Yun po pala ang kwento ng tanggub, Daddy.
Oo, mga anak.
Buti na lang talaga at nagpunta tayo dito, Mami, Daddy. Chelsea, halika. Doon muna tayo. Tara.
Excuse muna ga, I need to take this call. Oh, hello Roger. Napatawag ka.
Sir, sorry po sa istorbo ha, pero yun po ang dahilan ng pagtawag ko.
Kumusta bintahan ng ating mga baboy dyan?
Opo sir Lugi po tayo kasi ng 2,000 sa benta natin ngayon sir.
Ha? Paano nangyari yun? Di ba nung huling benta natin 5,000 yung tubo? Anong nangyari? Di ba malulusog naman lahat sila? Na-check natin yan bago ako pumunta dito.
Namatayan po kasi tayo ng baboy sir. Kinatay namin yung isa para matingnan kung bakit namatay. Na-discover namin ni Marlon na ang dami palang bulating fluke nito sa loob.
Grabe. Ang sayang lahat ng pinaghirapan natin. Malaki-laking pera din na nawala sa atin.
Yun nga po sir Pasensya na po talaga sir, hindi na rin namin kasi sila na-report sa akin na may nagkasakit na baboy.
Wala na tayong magagawa dyan. Nangyari na ang nangyari. Magmi-meeting na lang tayo pagbalik ko dyan. Tapos pakilista na lang lahat ng figures na kailangan kong tingnan para sa ating benta at saka lugi.
Sige po sir, idadagdag namin ito sa record ngayon sir. Salamat po sa pag-intindi.
Uy, Ga, sino yung tumawag sa'yo?
Ay naku si Roger, lugi naman kami sa benta. May mga nagkasakit at namatay na baboy dahil sa flu.
Ganun ba? Kawawa naman yung mga baboy, no?
Oo nga. Sige lang, ganun talaga. Magmi-meeting na lang kami pag-uwi natin doon.
Excuse me po, Ma'am Cha, Sir Roy. Handa na po ang ABR para sa ating video presentation. Mas lalo pa pong matutuwa ang mga bata sa makikita nila. Sige po, Miss Ria. Tuwang-tuwa nga po sila sa nakita nila dito Lalo na po dyan sa video presentation. At saka po, parang nalipulsa naman siya sa buong TANGKUB City.
Oh kids, tayo na! It's time for the video presentation.
Wow, parang Handurawan po, Daddy.
Yes, Julia.
Wow, ang ganda, Julia. Yes. Wow, Julia. Tadyaw pala ito. Wow, ang ganda, no? Oo nga. Big earthen jar sa English. No? Ang ganda. Wow. Ano, Mary? Oh, ang dami, Julia. Yes. Ang ganda naman dito. Ang ganda.
Chelsea. Wow! Petro Max. Oo.
Wow, butterfly.
Ang ganda, Julia.
Selfie tayo.
Sige.
Ang ganda, no?
Picture.
another day to learn English in the simplest and most comprehensive way.
This time, let us learn one fundamental and critical skill. It is to explain how a selection may be influenced by culture, environment, history, and other factors.
That's right, Ma'am Pinky. Every written piece is a product of a particular place in a particular time. And with every element of setting comes cultural, historical, environmental, and societal influence.
Let's view this part of the video and see how this works.
Alam niyo ba mga anak, noong unang panahon, sabi ng lolo ko, dito daw sa ating lugar, may mag-asawang mga Subano. Nagkasalubong sila ng mga Espanyol na sundalo. Tinanong pa nga nila kung ano yung pangalan ng lugar. Dahil hindi naunawaan ng mag-asawang Subano ang lingwahe ng sundalong Espanyol, kaya ipinagpalagay na lang nila na tungkol ito sa lalagyan ng bigas na nasa gilid ang lalagyan ang tinatanong nila. Kaya ang sagot ng mag-asawa ay tangkub. Kaya mula noon, tangkub na ang tawag sa lugar natin. Hanggang sa kalaunan, naging tanggub.
Yun po pala ang kwento ng tanggub, Daddy.
Oo, mga anak.
Notice how the father takes pride of Tanggub's history by telling to his two daughters how the name Tanggub came into existence. From this, we can tell that history and culture influence literature in several ways.
Precisely. Culture is defined as a belief, values, tradition, and other activities of a particular group of people at a particular time. Have you noticed the word Subano? Is it common to you?
Subano or Subanon, also called as Subanin, refers to a tribe indigenous to some mountainous area in Zamboanga Peninsula and even in Misamis Occidental. The term is derived from the vernacular Suba, which means river, and the suffix non, to indicate locality.
If the video you watch is written in the West, it would also reflect Western culture. But since it is written in our own locality, then surely it is reflective by our very own culture.
Let's play that portion of the video again.
Alam niyo ba mga anak, noong unang panahon, sabi ng lolo ko, dito daw sa ating lugar, may mag-asawang mga Subano. Nagkasalubong sila ng mga Espanyol na sundalo. Tinanong pa nga nila kung ano yung pangalan ng lugar. Dahil hindi naunawaan ng mag-asawang Subano ang lingwahe ng sundalong Espanyol, kaya ipinagpalagay na lang nila na tungkol ito sa lalagyan ng bigas na nasa gilid ang lalagyan ang tinatanong nila. Kaya ang sagot ng mag-asawa ay tangkub. Kaya mula noon, tangkub na ang tawag sa lugar natin. Hanggang sa kalaunan, naging tanggub.
Yun po pala ang kwento ng tanggub, Daddy.
Oo, mga anak.
Notice the use of the word tangkub, which is also known as a Subanin word for rice container made of 3 bark woven together by rattan strips. This is also a clear manifestation that each piece of literature or selection is a product of the way of life of the people who produced it.
So, from now on and onwards, you will be more critical when you watch films or read books and be more appreciative of the way of life or culture that produced them. We both hope that you have learned something today. See you again next time for another English lesson made easy and fun! Hi there again, grade 7 learners. You have learned a while ago that a selection may be influenced by culture, history, environment, and other factors. To make sure that your understanding is enough to answer your activity sheet, let us go over this excerpt from a Maranao myth, The Origin of the World by Damiana L. Eugenio. This world is divided into 7 layers. The earth has also 7 layers. Each layer is inhabited by a different kind of being. The uppermost layer, for example, is the place we are inhabiting. The second layer is being inhabited by dwarves. These dwarves are short, plump, and long-haired. They are locally known as Karibanga. The Karibanga are said to possess magical powers. They are usually invisible to the human eye. The third layer of the earth, which is found under the sea or lake, is inhabited by nymphs. These nymphs also possess certain magical powers. It is stated in the story of Raha Indrapatra that he met and fell in love with a princess nymph with whom he had a child. If you are keen or observant enough, you might have noticed some words that are reflective of the Maranao culture. These are Karibanga and Raha Indarapatra. Karibanga in this selection is described as a short, plump, and long-haired dwarves who possess magical powers. This term is unique and is certainly not present among other types of literature. If it were the Tagalog who wrote the tale, then the name for such creatures would have been Duwende or Nuno Sapunso perhaps. The second term, Raha, is quite familiar in history books, isn't it? When someone is a Raha, it means that he is a ruler, a chief, or a prince in India. Raha Indarapatra in the story is a mythological hero of both Maranao and Maguindanao tales. Most Moro stories frequently mention him as a hero, and many miracles are ascribed to him. Literature is really highly influenced and reflective of culture, history, environment, and some other factors. Now get your activity sheet and start looking for myths, tales, legends, or epics, and explain how that literary piece or selection is influenced by culture, history, environment, or some other factors. You can do it, grade 7 learners, and keep on shining.
If life is worth living, then it's worth recording. Hello, grade 7 learners! This time, we will process your learning in TLE Household Services Exploratory Course. Let us look back at this scene.
Oh, hello Roger. Napatawag ka.
Sir, sorry po sa istorbo ha, pero yun po ang dahilan ng pagtawag ko.
Kumusta bintahan ng ating mga baboy dyan?
Opo sir Lugi po tayo kasi ng 2,000 sa benta natin ngayon sir.
Ha? Paano nangyari yun? Di ba nung huling benta natin 5,000 yung tubo? Anong nangyari? Di ba malulusog naman lahat sila? Na-check natin yan bago ako pumunta dito.
Namatayan po kasi tayo ng baboy sir. Kinatay namin yung isa para matingnan kung bakit namatay. Na-discover namin ni Marlon na ang dami palang bulating fluke nito sa loob.
Grabe. Ang sayang lahat ng pinaghirapan natin. Malaki-laking pera din na nawala sa atin.
Yun nga po sir Pasensya na po talaga sir, hindi na rin namin kasi sila na-report sa akin na may nagkasakit na baboy.
Wala na tayong magagawa dyan. Nangyari na ang nangyari. Magmi-meeting na lang tayo pagbalik ko dyan. Tapos pakilista na lang lahat ng figures na kailangan kong tingnan para sa ating benta at saka lugi.
Sige po sir, idadagdag namin ito sa record ngayon sir. Salamat po sa pag-intindi.
Based on the clip, Daddy Roy and Roger is talking about recording their sales in selling pigs. Have you tried to record and do a report before? You're right. An example of recording is jotting down your notes of your school lessons. Just like in hotels, forms of reports play an important role in managing the housekeeping activities. They are a very useful method of keeping track of important information which can be used to make very important decisions that affect the establishment. As a housekeeper, you should be knowledgeable in filling up housekeeping forms such as housekeeping attendance daily assignment sheet, which is a form used by housekeepers to record the tasks done during their shift. Another one is the housekeeping status report, which is a report that indicates the room occupancy status of a hotel. That's it. Continue learning and hashtag shine TANGKUB stars. Additional skill that you will need to master in order to become an effective housekeeper is to perform basic mathematical process. Say for example, if a standard room of a hotel will need 5 linens for its bed makeup and you are assigned to clean 7 vacated rooms, how many linens will you load in your trolley? In order to get the correct number of linens needed, you will multiply 5, which is the minimum number of linens needed to make up a bed of a single room, by 7, which is the number of rooms you will clean. Therefore, 5 multiplied by 7 is equal to 35. So, you need to load 35 linens in your trolley to have enough linens to clean 7 rooms. This time, please get your Household Services Exploratory Course activity sheet and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and shine TANGKUB stars!
Darkness breeds, fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project STAR Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training and academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Brigada Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access, and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga new normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka-the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is in the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The Division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior high school is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior high school covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior high school is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Hey dude, I heard may educational field trip tayo.
Oh, talaga? For sure, we will learn a lot from that activity.
That's for sure. Yeah, I've got tickets for you na.
Yes, dude!
Oh, bilisan mo, malapit na magsimula yung palabas. Okay. See ya.
Hi, dude! Oh, halika na. Ano ba seat number natin?
I chose D4 for me and D5 for information.
Tara!
Ang seat number natin is D4 and D5. Kaya, row D, so we have A, B, C, D, column 4 and 5. Kaya 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dun tayo.
Yeah.
Let's go, dude.
Tara.
Gusto ko tong seats na napili mo, dude.
Siyempre, pinili ko yan para sa'yo kasi alam ko, malabo yung mga mata ko.
Thanks, dude. I forgot my glasses pa naman.
You're welcome always.
Wala na.
my point of view, kitang-kita ang impluensya ng relihiyon sa sayo na napanood natin.
Oo nga talagang ang laki ng impluensya na dinala ng mga sinaunang kabihasnan ng daigdig.
I guess, hindi lang ang pagkalat ng relihiyon sa mundo ang ambag ng sinaunang kabihasnan, kundi pati na rin ang kanilang pang-araw-araw na mga kagamitan na may bakas pa rin sa panahon kung kailan umusbong ang mga kabihasnan ito.
I agree with you, Judy. Tara na!
Mambiasa! Delivery!
Hi! Thank you po! Okay, then. Thank you! Thank you po, bye.
Oh, ano yan?
Ito yung abacus na ni-request ni Bunso kasi gagamitin daw nila sa klase nila.
Based on what I know, an abacus is a calculating device which was invented in China around 1300 BC.
Wow! Ang galing mo naman sa history and general info. Proud Judy here!
Siyempre, naniniwala kasi ako sa kasabihan na ang wastong edukasyon ay pahalagahan. Ito ang susi sa iyong kinabukasan.
Wow! Ang galing mo naman. Hi, Kuya Alex!
Hi po, uwi na po kami.
Ingat kayo palagi sa baboy mo kaya.
Salamat po!
Mag-play ka naman ng music, dude.
Sorry, naiwan ko sa bahay, dude.
Ito na lang. Try mong sagutin ang mga bugtong para naman maaliw tayo.
Okay, go lang. Subukan ko.
Sige. Hinila ko ang tadyang, lumipad ang tiyan.
Huh? Ang hirap naman yan. Ang sagot?
Eh di payong. Ito, isa pa. Sige. Malambot na parang ulap, kasama ko sa pangarap.
I'm confident of the answer. The answer is pillow, uunan.
Galing mo yeah. Tama ka, dude.
Wait, saglit lang. Bakit parang tumigil yung makina ng sasakyan ko?
Oo nga. Teka, bababa ako.
Sige, please.
Tulak natin, dude.
Sige.
Dude, tulak mo na. Okay. Dude, hindi natin kaya. We need help.
Sige, hanap tayo ng tulong.
Kuya, pwede pong katulong?
Pre! Tulungan natin! Uno, dos, tres!
Ay, salamat. Kuya, thank you po. Thank you po.
Walang ano naman!
Today we will use opinion marking signals to share ideas.
Please take a look of this portion of the episode closely and be observant while you are watching.
Abi, may ganun pala tayong sayaw, no? May napansin ka ba sa sayaw kanina?
In my point of view, kitang-kita ang impluensya ng relihiyon sa sayo na napanood natin.
Oo nga talagang ang laki ng impluensya na dinala ng mga sinaunang kabihasnan ng daigdig.
Did Stacy state her ideas? Exactly. Stacy mentioned her point of view on something which she thinks is of interest to her friend Bianca.
And that is what we call opinion. Opinion is also known as impression or belief.
That's right. It's also called judgment or prevailing view of a person.
Did Stacy use opinion marking signal to share her ideas?
Precisely. She did. What was the exact phrase?
Certainly, it is the phrase, "in my point of view."
There are still some other opinion marking signals in the episode. Let us watch another segment.
Oo nga talagang ang laki ng impluwensya na dinala ng mga sinaunang kabihasnan ng daigdig. I guess, hindi lang ang pagkalat ng relihiyon sa mundo ang ambag ng sinaunang kabihasnan, kundi pati na rin ang kanilang pang-araw-araw na mga kagamitan na may bakas pa rin sa panahon kung kailan umusbong ang mga kabihasnang ito.
This time, what is the opinion marking signal used by Stacy? Perfect! It is the clause, I guess.
Are there still some other opinion marking signals in the episode?
Oh, ano yan? Ito yung abacus na ni-request ni Bunso kasi gagamitin daw nila sa klase nila.
Based on what I know, an abacus is a calculating device which was invented in China around 1300 BC.
Wow, ang galing mo naman sa history and general info. Proud dude here.
That's correct. It is the phrase, based on what I know.
How about this segment of the episode?
Malambot na parang ulap, kasama ko sa pangarap. I'm confident of the answer. The answer is pillow, uunan. Galing mo
Perfect. And the opinion marking signal in the utterance is, I am confident that.
There are still plenty of opinion marking signals to use in order to share ideas. In the episode, there are 4 all in all, such as, but not limited to the following. In my point of view, I guess, I am confident that, based from what I know.
Some other opinion marking signals are, I feel, I think, it's my belief, in my opinion, and many more.
Now that you have already learned the different opinion marking signals to share your ideas and make a point, you are more confident now. You can now help your listeners to follow your thoughts.
Truly, opinion marking signals are like street signs on a road to guide the tourists. Always remember that the knowledge you have in English makes you a global citizen and helps you travel places because the world is our address.
Is not the one who runs away from dirt, but one who takes time and effort to tidy up a dirty environment. Hello, grade 8 learners! This time, we will process your learning in PLE Household Services Exploratory course. Let us try to look back at this scene.
Ito ang susi sa iyong kinabukasan.
Wow, ang galing mo naman.
Hi, Kuya Alex! Okay po, uwi na po kami.
Ingat ko lagi sa pag-uwi mo kayo.
Salamat po.
Based on the video, what did Kuya Alex do? You're right, Kuya Alex is mopping the floor. Do you know what is a mop? Correct. A mop is a cleaning tool used to wipe dirt and dust from the floor. Remember, when you mop a floor, always use the caution sign wet floor to avoid accidental slip of people passing by. Dump the mop head and then start mopping side by side from left to right or vice versa. Continue learning and shine TANGKUB stars.
Darkness breeds fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project Star Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training, academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Regala Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country, where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access, and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga new normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is in the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The Division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior high school is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior high school, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Tanggub City, simply home. Tanggub City, simply home. This is our place, Tanggub City. There is so much you can see. A paradise from nature's best. It's a beauty among the rest. Rich in culture and history, it has a colorful festivity. One people in harmony, one people in great revelry. Tanggub City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Tanggub City, simply home. 25 years of cultural fame, endless beauty in silver years. Magical symbols every Christmas, people dancing all festivals. Golden years of prosperity, we are proud of this great city. One people, one destiny. Tanggub City is a place to be. Tanggub City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Gearing for progress and development. People remain focused to their commitment. Preserving the tradition of good values into Tanggub City, simply call our home. Tanggub City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Brighter future, Tanggub City, simply home. Tanggub City, simply home. Tanggub City.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior high school is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior high school covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior high school is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior high school, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Coco Hotel. Do you have any reservation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, ma'am. May I have your name, please?
I'm Rosalinda. I am more.
May I ask your ID, ma'am?
Okay. May have.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am Rosalinda, your room is on the 7th floor, room 143. Breakfast is served from 6 to 9 a.m., ma'am, at the dining area. Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Excuse me, I must take this call.
No problem, ma'am. Enjoy your stay, ma'am Rosalinda. Pa-out na ako doon. Sige, gawin natin yan.
According, ito na request mo. Sus, ikaw, ewan ko lang talaga sa'yo. Napakalakas mong kumain ng taba ng baboy. Tingnan mo yung sarili mo, nangayayat ka na naman. Mahilig ka pang magyos eh. Ewan ko lang talaga sa'yo, Kurding.
Pare Koy, grabe si Scolding oh. Pilit ako sa pagkahiling ng pagkain ng taba ng baboy.
Oo nga, pero ano pare Koy, sa isang minuto, kaya na kumain ng isang 5 stick ng taba ng baboy. Aba, aba pare Koy, binibilang mo talaga ha.
Pa-recording. Ilan bang stick na nauubos mo sa 5 minuto? O sa 1 oras kaya? Oo nga, pare-koy!
Ano po ka? Chong.
Tawahan ka lang sana.
Tawahan ka lang din sana.
Oh, tapos na pala ang duty mo.
Opo pa. O siya nga pala, may namumusta sa'yo.
Ha? Sino naman?
Itong mga gamot niyo po. O, sunod ka na lang sa bahay ha. Inom muna ako ng tubig sandali. Tapos, gagawin ito niya assignments niya.
Okay po, kuya.
Inday, ano ba yung assignments niyo?
Ito po, kuya, Identify the representative artist from various art periods.
Teka, parang may PowerPoint ako niya. Anong klase namin sa arts and literature? Wait, check.
Wow! Sige, meron po, kuya. Sana nga meron ka, kuya.
Mabuti na lang andito pa. Halika, share ko sa iyo itong lahat ng iba't ibang artists sa Renaissance period. Ito ang mga famous Renaissance artists. Una, si Michelangelo. Si Michelangelo ang tinaguriang greatest living artist in his lifetime.
Talaga?
A number of his works in painting, sculpture, and architecture. At ito naman ang kanyang mga artworks. Akalain mong nagawa niya si David,
Wow!
Pieta, Bacchus, at si Moses.
Ang galing naman niya, kuya.
Ang susunod naman ay si Leonardo da Vinci, ang tinaguri ang one of the greatest painters of all times.
Talaga?
Siya ang gumawa ni Mona Lisa.
Ang ganda niya, kuya.
Next, tingnan naman natin si Raphael. Si Raphael naman ay isang Italian painter, an architect whose work was admired for its clarity of form and ease of composition for its visual achievement of the interpreting the divine and incorporating Christian doctrines. Tingnan mo ang mga gawa niya.
Wow! Ang galing naman niya, kuya.
At ang panghuli ay si Donatello, an Italian sculptor who was known for his work in bas relief, a form of shallow relief sculpture. At ito naman ang kanyang mga artworks. Kuha mo?
Yes, kuya. Yan pala ang mga artist ng Renaissance period, kuya.
Ganun bunso.
Yay! May assignment na ako. Salamat, kuya.
Sige, save ko na lang ito.
Tapos na ako. Badida, ikaw naman. Kuya, yung sa akin sa math.
Bilisan mo dyan. Cellphone ka kasi ng cellphone.
Kasi kuya, ang ganda ng sapatos, Nag-sale yung Lazada. Bilan mo naman ako, kuya. Ganda nga, kuya.
Di ka ba mabubuhay ba nila kung di ka makakabili ng sapatos?
Mabubuhay.
Ayun na yung sagot. Want lang yan. Di mo talaga yan Tsaka, ang dami pa kayong sapatos. Sitipid ka ba? 2 lang yung paa mo.
Ito naman, daming sinasabi. Sayang kasi naka-sale.
Di ba nga? Tipid-tipid muna tayo ngayon. Kasi napakahirap ng buhay ngayon. Buti na lang, may allowance ako sa OJT. Napakabait kayo ng may-ari ng hotel. May allowance ako. Kailangan ko pang mag-ipon para sa graduation fee ko. At mga gamot ni tatay.
Oo na. Alam ko na yung linya niyo. Ginoong Baltasar. Boyet, magtanggol.
Hayaan niyo, pag nakapagtapos ako ng pag-aaral, mabibili ko lahat ng gusto niyo. Basta magpapakabait lang kayo. At ang pangarap ni Papa na magkaroon ng malaking bahay, ako lang tutupad nun. Akin na yung assignments mo.
Nandito ako, Papa. Nandito si Papa. Pa!
Nga na.
another day of fun learning in English.
Today, we will learn how to express permission and obligation using modals.
Is the word model familiar to you? If not, don't worry. Ma'am Pinky will give you a refresher through its simple and easy to recall definition.
A modal is an auxiliary or helping verb that is used to express permission and obligation.
Please take a look at this segment of the episode and be observant about how the conversation goes.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to KakaEba Hotel. Do you have any reservation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, ma'am. May I have your name, please?
I'm Rosalinda. I am more.
May I ask your ID, ma'am?
Okay. May I have?
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am Rosalinda, your room is on the 7th floor, room 143. Breakfast is served from 6 to 9 a.m., ma'am, at the dining area. Ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
What word did Boyet use to ask permission? Exactly. Boyet used the word may to ask Rosalinda if she can hand him her ID.
That's right. May is a modal used to ask permission. Aside from that, when Rosalinda handed Boyet the ID, the word may or the modal may is now used to express permission.
Since the modal may is used as an auxiliary or helping verb, we use the word ask as our main verb. Always remember that a modal is always paired with a base form of the verb.
Precisely, we can use modals of permission to indicate that someone has permission to do something. You may also use may, might, can, could, shall, and should.
There are still some modals in the episode. Let's view another segment.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Excuse me, I must take this call.
No problem, ma'am. Enjoy your stay, ma'am Rosalinda.
What word is used by Rosalinda to express her obligation of something that she needed to do? Perfect! It is the word must.
Rosalinda expressed her obligation to answer the call using the modal must.
Now, since we use the modal must as our auxiliary verb, we use the word take as our main verb.
We use a modal to express obligation. An obligation is a necessity or something that you have to do. You may use the word have to or ought to express obligation.
Now that you have already learned how to express permission and obligation using modals, you can now communicate more effectively and express yourself confidently.
Using the right modals at the right time and the right situation makes you become more specific with what you want to say. Always remember that the knowledge you learn in English makes you become a global citizen ready to conquer the world.
You have learned that modal is a type of auxiliary or helping verb that is used to ask or give permission like may, might, can, could, will, would, shall, and should, and to express obligation like must and have to. For you to gain more understanding about this lesson, let us have another set of sentences using modals to ask or give permission. First, I will help you if you want. Second, can I have your contact number? Third, you may go to the beach if it's sunny outside. Notice that the modal will is used in the first sentence. The speaker asked permission whether he could offer his help to someone. In the second sentence, the modal used is can. This time, the speaker asked permission if he can have the contact number. Lastly, the speaker used the modal may in the third sentence and he gave permission to someone to go to the beach. It's your turn, students! Are you now ready? Kindly get your activity sheet on modals used to express permission and obligation and do the instructions given. Let us read the directions. Directions. Construct sentences using modals may, can, and will to give or ask permission,
and modals must and have to express obligation.
Go learners, you can do it!
Rules are the foundation of change. They create boundaries to prevent us from feeling overwhelmed and guidelines to keep us on track. From Cynthia Sass. Hello grade 9 learners! I am Teacher James, and this time we will process your learning in TLE housekeeping subject. Let us try to look back at this scene.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Coco Hotel. Do you have any reservation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, ma'am. May I have your name, please?
I'm Rosalinda. I am more.
May I ask your ID, ma'am?
Okay. May have.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am Rosalinda, your room is on the 7th floor, room 143. Breakfast is served from 6 to 9 a.m., ma'am, at the dining area. Ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Based on the scene, what proof did Boyet ask the guest to validate her room reservation? You're right. Boyet asked for a valid ID to validate the room reservation of the guest. In hotels, validating the identity of the guest by asking an ID is one of the house rules. House rules are a set of rules strictly implemented by hotels and are designed to be followed for discipline and safety. A common rule that is followed by almost all hotels is the 3 knocks, 3 announcement rule before entering a guest room. Do not forget to always follow rules to ensure guest contentment and trust. Another house rule implemented by hotels is the standard operating procedure in handling lost and found item. Lost and found is an item left by the guest in the room after their departure in the hotel. If the item is considered as lost and found, the hotel management will categorize it whether it is perishable, non-perishable, or valuable. When we say perishable, these are lost and found items under food category, such as chocolates, fruits, canned goods, and the likes. The owner will be given 3 days to claim perishable lost and found items. If left unclaimed, it will be given to the employee who found it. That is what they call finder's keeper rule. When we say non-perishable, these are lost and found items under non-food category, such as umbrella, clothes, shoes, bags, and the likes. These items are given 1 month for the owner to claim. If left unclaimed, the item will be given to the employee who found it. And lastly, valuables. These are lost and found items such as cash, gadgets, or jewelries. Lost and found items considered as valuables are given 1 year to be claimed by the owner. If left unclaimed, the hotel management will decide what to do on the valuable lost and found items. Those are the standard operating procedure or SOP in handling lost and found items in hotels. This time, please get your TLE housekeeping activity sheet and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
Sa school magsama-sama, abutin
Darkness breeds fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project STAR Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training and academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Brigada Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country, where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access, and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga New Normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka-the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is in the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects. Inihahandog ng dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
At huwag niyong kalimutan, magkakaroon tayo ng oral recitation sa susunod na tagpo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayong lahat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, paalam sa lahat.
Ang hirap naman ang assignment natin, Tol. Oo nga, Tol. Sige, magkikinig na lang ako ng Wet and Wild FM. Baka may mapupulot akong inspirasyon kay DJ Chuchay. Okay, makuna na muna ako, Tol. Sige, Tol.
Okay, magandang umaga din sa lahat. Kahapon ay nagbigay ako sa inyo ng inyong takdang aralin. So sa umagang ito, magsisimula na tayo sa ating gawain. Who wants to volunteer? Magbibigay ako sa inyo ng karagdagang 10 puntos. Okay, any volunteer? Yes, breathing.
Excuse me po, ma'am. Masakit po yung
Dahil class, normal lang na makaranas ng ganung klaseng sitwasyon. Dahil mayroon tayong iba't ibang anyo ng sexualidad. Nararapat lang na igalang o irespeto natin ang bawat isa kagaya ng paggalang natin sa ating natatanging ina. Nagets niyo ba, class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Sino yung gusto mag-volunteer? Wala? Okay, yes, Mate. Ikaw yung mauna sa gawain natin.
KakaEba. Madalas marinig ang mga katagang, babae ka lang, na tila ba wala kang karapatang maging matapang. Harapin ang dulo ng walang hanggan, ng walang pag-aalinlangan. Babae nga lang ba ako? Isang Eva na hinugot sa tadyang ni Adan. Mahina sa tingin ng mundo? Kasarian nga ba ang nagdidikta ng halaga ko? Babae nga lang ba na may buwan ng dalaw? O babaeng nilikha para magsilbing ilaw? Marikit na dilag sa gabing mapanglaw. Sa madilim na mundo, siya ang tanglaw. Dahil kung kagaya ng kape, lahat ay barako. Hindi mo kaya kakailanganin ang tamis ko? Di may kakaila ang tungkuling ginagampanan. Dakila at huwaran, ilaw ng tahanan. Hindi ako basta babae lang. Espesyal, dapat igalang. Ordinaryo man sa iba, ang babae ay KakaEba.
Napakagaling, Matet! Class, bigyan natin si Matet ng aling Junisha Club.
Very good, very good, very good!
901.9 Whip and Wild FM. Your #1 FM station in TANGKUB City. It's whipping and wild feelings time. With your ate hubutera, this is Cutie Chuchay. Mayroong mga tao ngayon na kabisado pa rin ang mga linya ng kanilang breakups. Bakit nga ba minsan, kahit ibinigay mo na ang lahat, tila kulang pa rin? Naranasan mo na ba ang pagsabihang, break na kayo dahil hahanapin niya lang ang sarili niya? Linyahan ba to ng mga burara na pati sarili nila ay nawawala? O linyahan ba to ng mga taong may nakikitang kulang at iba pala ang hinahanap? Pag narinig mo na ang phrase na ito, tanggapin mo na sa sarili mo, hindi na siya babalik sa'yo. Mabuti na to kaysa mag-ghosting ka. Yung parang that person made you feel really light to you. And then, he would just left like everything was meant for nothing. Di pa man Halloween ngayon, ang dami ng mga ghost na naglipa na. Wala naman sana tayong third eye. Ikain na lang natin ang taho para sa mga taong nangako at naglaho. Announcement! May singing contest po bukas para sa may mga golden voice dyan. Ang songs po na kakantahin for the contest ay yung mga original compositions ni Mr. Ryan Kayabia para maitampok ang mga naging ambag ng mga contemporary Filipino composers who were awarded as the national artists of the Philippines. Let's love OPM, guys! Check your time. It's 9:25 in the morning. This is still your cute ate hubutera, Cutie Chuchay. Guys, let's love OPM! Para sa mga may golden voice dyan, mag-sign up na kayo para counted na kayo, guys. Check your time, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. At mayroon na tayong
10 contestants na nagpa-register. Ang bilis! This is still your cute Ate Ugutera, Cutie Chuchay. We're back! And it's 11 in the morning. Still on the #1 FM station in TANGKUB City, 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. This is still your Ate Ugutera, Cutie Chuchay. Oh, marami na palang nag-register sa ating OPM Singing Contest. Brought to us by PhilSCAP or the Filipino Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers. 20 contestants immediately registered after an hour. And this time, there are already 30 registrants. Patunay lamang ito na marami talagang mga Pinoy ang may kinintuang boses. Trivia tayo! Until 5 p.m. today, ilan kaya ang bilang ng mga contestants natin? Sa mga magagaling sa math dyan o magagaling sa hulaan, drop your answers at our official FB page 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. First 5 to get the correct answer will get your special prizes.
Wow! Ang aga niyo naman po, ate! Glad to see you this morning po. Ano po bang ginagawa niyo dyan?
Ay naku, Iha, nagsispray ako kasi ang daming lamok. Ganito talaga ako, Rita. Sinisigurado ko na na-disinfect ang venue bago gamitin ulit.
Wow! Ang galing mo talaga, Ate Victoria's Secret.
Ikaw talagang bata ka. Kinagigiliwan mo pang i-translate yung apelyido ko sa wikang Ingles.
901.9 Whip and Wild FM, your #1 FM station in TANGKUB City. It's whipping and wild feelings time. With your Ate Ugutera, this is Cutie Chuchay. In few minutes, my dear listeners, you will now hear the voices of our contenders as they give colors to the originally composed songs of Mr. Ryan KakaEba.
Sa dulo ng walang hanggan, habang ikaw ay maligaya, ako'y maghihintay, maging hanggan sa dulo ng walang hanggan. Kasabay ng ulan, bumubuhos ang iyong ganda. Kasabay rin ang hangin kumakanta. Buhos na ulan, aking mundo, lunuring tuluyan. Tulad ng pag-agos mo, di mapipigil ang puso kong nahihiyak. Umuulan at kapiling ka.
Alam mo, Tol, may tula na ako. Naging inspiration ko ang Whip and Wild FM.
Wow! Ang galing mo naman, Tol! Siguradong tatawagin ka na ni Ma'am Tutti Frutti bukas. Mr. Tiger Woods. Leon Manggubat pala.
Pero, kidding aside, Tol, alam mo ba, kamakailan lang pala nabigyan ng pagkakataong bumoto ang mga kababaihan sa Saudi Arabia around 2015.
Parang nabasa ko nga rin yan. Idagdag mo pa ang pagbabawal sa pagmamaneho ng mga baba kung walang pahintulot sa mga kamag-anak na lalaki.
Buti na lang tol, at lalaki tayo at dito tayo sa Pilipinas nakatira.
Sinabi mo pa, idagdag mo pa ang menstrual cycle ng mga babae na buwan-buwan kong dumanaw.
Women have integral roles to play in this world. Welcome grade 10 learners to another significant day of learning English.
Truly, mamahal, it's a good day to critique the episode KakaEba, Woman, a Unique Creation, using the feminist approach.
What comes to your mind when you hear the word feminist or feminism? Let's look at the word's origin. Femin comes from the Latin root word femina, meaning woman, while the suffix ism comes from the Greek word ismos, implying a belief, a practice, or worldview.
In simple terms, feminism is a belief that men and women are equal and women deserve the same rights as men in the society.
According to Dr. Susan Curie-Saivik, feminism is a movement that seeks equality for people of any gender. It is founded on the belief that people should be able to pursue any opportunity and demonstrate any characteristic regardless of gender.
Now, please be keen as we go back to this portion of the episode.
Babae nga lang ba ako? Isang Eva na hinugot sa tadyang ni Adan. Mahina sa tingin ng mundo? Kasarian nga ba ang nagdidikta ng halaga ko?
What have you noticed with the stanza? How was the woman described? Notice the line, babae nga lang ba ako? What does it imply?
The modifier lang in Filipino indicates the representation of a lesser value. This line, which is in question form, tells us that women are just women.
That's right, Ma'am Pinky. This idea is further supported by the succeeding lines. Isang Eva na hinugot sa tadyang ni Adan, mahina sa tingin ng mundo. Kasarian nga ba ang nagdidikta ng halaga ko? The lines clearly suggest usual stereotypes among women being the weaker sex.
There is still part of this video that supports this contention or ideas. Let's watch this.
Alam mo tol, may tula na ako. Naging inspiration ko ang web annual FM.
Wow, ang galing mo naman, Tol. Siguradong tatawagin ka na ni Ma'am Tutti Frutti bukas. Mr. Tiger Woods. Leon Manggubat pala.
Pero, kidding aside, tol, alam mo ba, kamakailan lang pala nabigyan ng pagkakataong bumoto ang mga kababaihan sa Saudi Arabia around 2015.
Parang nabasa ko nga rin yan. Idagdag mo pa ang pagbabawal sa pagmamaneho ng mga baba kung walang pahintulot sa mga kamag-anak na lalaki.
What have you noticed with the power relationships between men and women in that scene?
Which gender has more power over the other? That's right. Men are perceived as the stronger sex compared to women, Which brings us to the concept of patriarchy.
Patriarchies are common around the world and throughout history. If we turn back time, the right to suffrage or the right to vote was given just recently to women in some countries. Just like the one mentioned in the episode, that women in Saudi Arabia were given that right sometime in 2015.
In critiquing the literary selection using the feminist approach, we must be critical and observant as to how the different genders were portrayed.
Now that you know how to make a critical analysis using the feminist approach, you widen your outlook and become a broad-minded individual who can look at things from different perspectives.
Although there were already many empowered women who have already spoken up their minds and have assumed significant roles in the society, gender equality issues still exist up to this point.
Hence, we hope that all of you, our dear learners, will judge less and love more by accepting diversity without bias, prejudice, or discrimination. See you again soon and continue learning. Hello, grade 10 learners. You have learned a while ago that feminism is a belief that men and women are created equal and that women deserve the same rights as men in the society. To help you answer your activity sheet, let us analyze the Disney movie Mulan. Have you watched it already? If not, let us have the gist of the story. Mulan is a girl, the only child of her honored family. When the Huns invade China, one man from every family is called to arms. Mulan's father, who has an old wound and cannot walk properly, decides to fight for his country and the honor of his family, though it is clear that he will not survive an enemy encounter. Mulan, who just got rejected by the matchmaker because she had set her on fire, decides to prove that she is worth something and steals a way to fit her father's place in the Chinese army. She prays to her family's ancestors for protection and luck before living as a man in her father's armor with her family's horse. The ancestors awake and decide to send Mushu, a little dishonored dragon, to aid Mulan in her quest. Weeks later, Mulan and the other troopers have survived the training camp and are on the way north to stop the Huns. After being spotted and pursued by the enemies, an impasse situation in the mountains forces Mulan to come up with an idea. But then, her real gender will no longer be a secret. She decides to risk everything in order to save China. Throughout the film, patriarchy and stereotypes are shown. Let us recall the meaning of patriarchy and stereotype. Patriarchy is the idea that men's interests are more important than that of women, while stereotype is a misleading or simplified representation of a particular social group. Mulan emphasizes the stereotypical ideas of masculinity in the scene where the captain sings the song, "I'll make a man out of you. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons?" This shows the stereotypical representation of men, that they are the only gender who are capable to fight. This entire scene is discriminatory towards women, asserting that being feminine is not suitable to war. Instead, the girly recruits must be transformed into men. The song in Mulan claims that one should strive being a man, which successfully oppressed feminine traits. When the captain sings "Be a man" with all the force of a great typhoon, "Be a man" with all the strength of a raging fire, it is clearly showing the stereotype that men must be strong. Thus, this scene highlights the stereotypically masculine traits are superior over feminine, thereby discouraging feminine behavior. Despite the stereotypes Mulan has experienced in the film, she is displayed as a very strong and powerful character who almost single-handedly wins the war. She is a real independent female. Furthermore, the expectation of femininity has clearly changed since Mulan left. Before her journey, her family was ashamed of her for being too clumsy to be a perfect bride. Afterwards, her father embraces her for being herself and bringing honor to her family in her own way. Truly, This film teaches us that a woman can be whatever she decides herself to be. Now, it's your turn to get your activity sheet. What you need to do is to analyze either a movie, a song, a story, a poem, or any literary piece of your choice. You may want to analyze how women are portrayed in the Disney film Frozen. You will be graded according to the following criteria. Analysis and interpretation, 10 points. This pertains to the use of evidence to defend an interpretive thesis, including the ability to locate the significance of chosen passages. Methodology of literary criticism, 10 points. This refers to the use of literary criticism, specifically the feminist approach. Originality and insight, 10 points. This has something to do with the uniqueness of your thoughts and how your insights shed understanding to the chosen literary piece. A total of 30 points is given once you accomplish this task. This may seem as a hard activity to do, but you surely can make it. Keep shining and keep learning, our dear TANGKUB stars.
One who maintains cleanliness keeps away diseases by Sam Veda. Hello grade 10 learners, I am teacher James, and this time we will process your learning in TLE housekeeping based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Wow, ang aga niyo naman po, ate. Glad to see you this morning po. Ano po bang ginagawa niyo dyan?
Ay nako Iha, nagsispray ako kasi ang daming lamok. Ganito talaga ako, Rita. Sinisigurado ko na na-disinfect ang venue bago gamitin ulit.
Based on the clip, what pest does Ate Victoria try to eliminate? You're right. Ate Victoria tried to eliminate mosquitoes. How did Ate Victoria eliminate mosquitoes? Correct. She used mosquito killer spray. Just like in hotels, whenever infestation is identified, appropriate treatment should be done as soon as possible. Infestation is the state of being invaded or overrun by pests or parasites. Common pests and insects include ants, mosquitoes, cockroaches, mice, and bedbugs. In hotels, pest control is a program used to eradicate pests. Pesticide is a chemical used to kill or control pests, such as insecticide, which is used to kill insects such as ants and mosquitoes. Herbicides, which is used to control weeds or unwanted plants. Fungicides, which are used to control disease-causing pathogens. Lastly, rodenticides, which are used to control rodents or rats. As a housekeeper, we need to be very careful in using pesticides. It is always a must to use pesticides based on the directions of use from the manufacturer. Aside from that, it is also our responsibility to dispose them properly, for they are considered as toxic waste. This time, please get your activity sheet in housekeeping and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
basta lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Yerda na ang kasara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Inihahandog ng dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Good day everyone, once again this is Teacher Roy and welcome to Shielded Metal Arc Welding Episode 2. This episode is all about preparing weld materials. Preparation of materials prior to welding is just one task to perform in the shop. The appropriate cutting equipment must be installed and properly used in order to meet the cutting requirements. The activity is focused on the setup of cutting equipment and includes the accurate mixture of gases applied to all cutting operations. That is why we have here the oxyacetylene cutting equipment. A typical oxyacetylene cutting and welding outfit requires compressed oxygen and acetylene gases that are stored in the cylinders separately. At the end of this video, you are expected to identify the different parts of the basic oxyacetylene cutting outfit and their functions, and set up oxyacetylene cutting equipment. For the parts of the basic oxyacetylene cutting outfit, we have the oxygen cylinder, a tool tank cylinder where oxygen gas is stored. Next, the acetylene cylinder, a tank of lesser height where acetylene gas is stored. Next, the safety chain, a metal chain wrapped around the body of the cylinders and tied securely in the metal frame stand. Next is the oxygen regulator, a separate regulator for oxygen pressure gauge. Next, the acetylene regulator, a separate regulator with acetylene gas pressure gauge that indicates the direction of the flow towards the torch body. Next, the oxygen hose, the green one, a type of hose wherein oxygen gas flows towards the direction of the torch body. And the acetylene hose, the red one, a type of hose wherein acetylene gas flows towards the direction of the torch body. The last one is the cutting torch. Oxyacetylene cutting torch is a device that produces a very hot narrow flame for doing work. The assembly of torch vary in sizes for different types of work. There are small torch for jewelry works, large torch in heavy plates, and special torch for heating, greasing, and soldering. Each style, size, and type of torch can be used only with tips made by the same manufacturer to fit in the specific tank. We also have the parts of pressure regulator. All regulators do the same type of job. They all works in the same principle, whether they are of low or high pressure, single or multiple stages, cylinder, manifold, line, type with the gas they regulate. The regulator, which reduces high pressure to lower working pressure, must be held constant over a range of flow rates and volumes. The main function of regulators is it holds the forces on both sides of a diaphragm in balance. We have here the working pressure gauge. The working pressure gauge measures pressure gas that flows or releases from the torch body to the nozzle or tip. The cylinder pressure gauge, registered gas pressure found in the cylinder. The safety release valve is made up of small ball held tightly against a seat by a spring. The gauge shows the working pressure and the other indicates the magnitude of pressure in the cylinder. Okay, those are the parts. For the basic oxyacetylene cutting outfit, we have oxygen cylinder, acetylene cylinder, safety chain, oxygen regulator, acetylene regulator, oxygen hose, acetylene hose, and the cutting torch. For the regulators, we have the working pressure gauge, cylinder pressure gauge, safety release valve, and the gauges. That's it. Now we will proceed to the procedures in setting up cutting equipment. Number 1. Secure oxygen and acetylene cylinders to the cart or wall before the removal of safety caps. Number 2. After removing the safety caps, stand to one side and crack the cylinder valves to ensure no dust or any other may be a source for ignition of fire. Number 3. Visually check all parts for any damage. Number 4. Attach the regulators to the cylinder valves and tighten securely with a wrench. Number 5. Attach the reverse flow valves in the gas outlet and then attach the hose. Number 6. If the torch is a combination type torch, attach the cutting head. Number 7. Install the cutting tip in the torch. Number 8. Before the cylinder valve is opened, back out the pressure regulating screw so that the valves open the gauge back to 0 for welding pressure. Number 9. Stand on one side of the regulator as the cylinder valve is opened slowly. Number 10. Open the acetylene torch valve, needle valve, and then turn the regulating screw slowly until 2 to 4 pounds per square inch for working pressure gauge. Then close the needle valve acetylene. Number 11. Open the oxygen torch valve or needle valve and turn the regulating screw slowly until 4 to 6 pounds per square inch for the working pressure gauge. Then close the needle valve oxygen. Number 12. Cutting setup is ready for the next task. And that would be all. Thank you. See you in the next episode. Goodbye.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mrs. Wipa Bikila, a senior high school teacher here in TANGKUB City National High School, handling TVL HE Tourism. I will be your teacher in tour guiding services for grade 12. If you pass in this subject, you will become one of the local tour guide here in TANGKUB City and start earning money. Our learning objectives are: identify sites and sites features, and know the sources of information. Our first lesson is about sites and sites features. The tourism product, which is a combination of tangible and intangible products, can be a thing, an event, or a place which motivates the tourist towards it. There are different ways in which the tourist products can be classified. As a tour guide, one must have an understanding and knowledge of these products. Local sites and sites, events, and features may include the following. Number 1. Man-made attractions and structures. The Belvedere, located at Perty Hills, Puyuhoy, TANGKUB City. Number 2. Natural attractions and locations. The Titi Falls, located at Silangit, TANGKUB City. Number 3. Sites of historical events. The TANGKUB City Plaza, here at Barangay Ono, TANGKUB City. Number 4. Religious and cultural festivals. The Dalit Festival, which happened every 29th day of September. Number 5. The conference and social events. The Regional Development Council and the Mayor's Ball of TANGKUB City. Number 6. Extraordinary natural formations. The Manubu Stone, located at Paiton, TANGKUB City. Number 7. Special events or festivities. The Sobremesa Summer Fair Festival during the month of May. Number 8. Indigenous people. The Subanin people, the first settlers of TANGKUB City. Flora and fauna. Raplesia Shadan-Burjana, and the stork or tulabong. Number 10. Remote and inaccessible places. The Lover's Tune at Sikot, TANGKUB City. Number 11. Special interest or activities. The Padidit Festival at Perty Hills, Puyuhoy, TANGKUB City. The sites and the sites feature can be natural, historical and cultural, or man-made. These are only few of the sites and sites that can be found here in our city, and there are a lot more. Tourism sources of information. First, Department of Tourism, DOT Regional Offices. Second, Provincial, City, Municipal Tourism Offices. Number 3, the tourists through their blogs and feedback sheets. Fourth, electronic sources such as websites, social media, online videos officially uploaded by tourism establishments. Fifth, books, brochures, pamphlets, flyers, travel guides. 6. Familiarization trips. And 7. Interview with locals. The tourism economy has been heavily hit by the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic and measures introduced to stop its spread. So keep safe, everyone. Stay home today, travel tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone. See you next week for our next lesson.
Tanggub City, simply home. Tanggub City, simply home. This is our place, Tanggub City. There is so much you can see. A paradise from nature's best. It's a beauty among the rest. Rich in culture and history, it has a colorful festivity. One people in harmony, one people in great revelry. Tanggub City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Tanggub City, simply home. 25 years of cultural fame, endless beauty in silver years. Magical symbols every Christmas, people dancing on festivals. Golden years of prosperity, we are proud of this great city. One people, one destiny. Tanggub City is a place to be. Tanggub City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Gearing for progress and development. People remain focused to their commitment. Preserving the tradition of good values into Tanggub City, simply call our home. Tanggub City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Brighter future, Tanggub City, simply home. Tanggub City, simply home. Tanggub City.
Inihahandog ng dibisyon ng Tanggub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
We hope that you have learned the most essential lessons you need to master. See you on our next episodes. This has been Ang TANGKUB.
It's Tangkub, tangkub, tangkub time. We learn all things, it's very fun. Masaya, tutok na.
Kung gusto mong maglingaw-lingaw, mga tawag magloling hayaw, mag-joyride na. Uba na ang imong barkada, silingan o pamilya, mag-joyride na. Sinatiyon tang palibot, mga lugar sulod sa tanggob, mag-ubanta. Silang gato makilaw, sa sanapog sa pulaw, laagunta. Labi na yun sa huyuhoy, ugnang dapit daghan o kahoy, talan na. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay kala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Kung gusto ka og entertainment, for fun and for enjoyment, no problem ka. Sinaluloy among pambato, kumusayo, smart kaayo, believe jud ka. Panahon sad sa Disyembre, super gid ka aligre, malingaw gid ka. Fireworks display, daghang ganahan, musidlak sa kalangitan, mapawag gid ka. Christmas symbols, capital of the Philippines. Ninira na ninyo makita, friends, diba? Diri sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Makita, friends, diba? Hapit sa tanggok, maglibot tanggok kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maglibot tanggok, maglibot tanggok kita. Maglibot tanggok, maglibot tanggok kita. Maglibot tanggok, maglibot tanggok kita. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better.